And good morning. All right. Morning, Net Spot. How you doing? We're going without camera today. I woke up early. I don't really have my camera face on. We just upgraded to 1.53, so that's good. And last night I made the executive decision to add about 40 kilobytes of size to this and use the serialization to and from JavaScript types. So Saturday plus Saturday WASM bindgen is back. We're going to delete some code. Particularly this bit here, because that's those two are back. To do? Sure. Yeah, why not that? Statics. Most of these changes are from our other work. So, oh, and the PR got merged. It got merged. There, Bearbot Gaming. Good morning. What plugin is that? I forget. This is a tool called Get UI, and it's written in Rust. Okay. About to add that to your dot files? Yeah, Get UI is neat. It's got the log here. You just drill into it. Look at the different pieces. Stashing, staging. You can even do single line staging or unstaging, which is really nice. Because I don't always plan out my Git, I don't know, my Git movements ahead of time. So let's see, we're going to delete this, right? Yeah, our hand-rolled stuff there. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, where you're selecting lines by number. It's like paint by number, but with Git and source code. Yeah, no, thank you. All right, so let's clean some of this up. Midnight muffins. Good morning. Yeah, chilling. Friday, relaxing. Where are we here? We're in the user's durable object. Oh, that reminds me. They now have logging working for durable objects. So we're going to get that working. Get that running. It takes it a minute to fire up. They say a few seconds. It's usually a bit more than a few. Unless few's like 60. And this is because of the code we just deleted. So what's going on here? We get a request for a user. Get the storage. The list. So we list, get the promise there. Do we need this in more than one place? No. Let's just inline that. It's converted into a map. Ah, and then we're getting the entries from it. Yeah, I think we do need some map tools. We end up using map quite a bit because of the durable objects list always returns a map. And if we go into users here, you can end up collecting these into a JavaScript array. What's going on here? We end up converting it into an object, stringifying the object, and then sending that back. Huh. And this is for a single object, a single user. Okay. Now, a single user has many different properties. It has an email address, the password hash, the salt, roles. So we really do need this into kind of like an object form as opposed to a list of properties, don't we? Yeah, I'm actually struggling a little bit with serialization and maps because it's not straightforward to go to and from these different types. And I think that a lot of this is going to be, we're going to end up with a number of places where we're doing the same thing over and over again and repeating, I don't know, 5 lines. It's just going to be a copy paste nightmare. So what do we want to do to clean this up? We were setting up some sort of like a to JSON. Let's go back to the JS value. All right, we might end up getting rid of this entries because that was used in our serialization. And I don't remember where we're using convert either. Oh, that's down below. Yeah, into Rust. That's right. So what's going on here? You can convert a value or a self JS type. Where are we using this? Here, into Rust. So we take a JS value and we convert it into a Rust type. Oh, and we're checking to see if it's undefined or not. Yes. Hmm. All right. Well, we also have this to.json bit. Let's see what we can do here. We already have this for map. And I say we just leave that. We're going to keep that. Source to json.rs. Let's move it over there. That, it even has a little test. That much of it. Why did the blind man fall into the well? Because he couldn't see that well. Oh. Let's move convert over as well. What's this one actually testing? We can parse an object. Okay, that's just a bogus test. We were just checking to see if the JavaScript function could be called. Yeah, that goes away. A kind of half groan, half pity laugh gives me some sustenance. Oh, that's funny. All right, where's this being used? Entries. Yeah, see, like this here. We don't want to use that anymore. User try from entries from body. Like this here. We want that to be using the other serialization so we can get rid of entries. Where else? The other one in here. Was there any other one that made sense? Yeah. Because I don't want to double up the serialization. Just want to pick one, stick to it. So we're going to keep deleting code. Okay, that goes away. This file goes away. Okay, that's gone. Let's go to lib, unresolved module, gone. Where else? File not included in tree. Insert. There was another one. Where was it? Oh, there it was. So we need reflect array. Okay. Yep, that goes away. I'm just going to flip through some of these real quick. JS value to JSON. That's not at that location anymore. Let's go back into lib. What was it? Convert? Yeah, convert. Actually, I mean, isn't this the same thing that, oh, this is supporting the to Rust, isn't it? Into Rust? Yeah, because that ends up calling this here, which is, I mean, maybe we should move convert into this. Is convert used anywhere else? Just in into Rust. Hmm. Yeah, let's move it. Yeah. But doesn't the other WASM bindgen cover these cases that I'm covering here? So is it there, here, and there? Ah, okay. That seems to be an older file. Let's remove it. Goodbye. There it goes. Convert's gone. Anti-rust is gone. Guess I should have checked that ahead of time. Entries. What's going on here? We are in user again. Now, in this case, we're going to use the to JSON on this because I have map. I'm going to use into JSON. Oh, it's called to JSON. Type mismatch. Expect a signature of map. Okay. Well, what did you find? We only have half an error message. Oh, because it's borrowed. But to JSON, because it's JavaScript, we can actually create something out of this without consuming it. Right there we have a JS string. What? And at this point, we're trying to do a user's try from on this. Well, that's not going to work because like, why are we converting it to this type just to serialize it again? They're infallible. That's right. That should just be that one line. I see. We wanted to say, hey, this isn't found if we couldn't deserialize. Oh, I see. We were casting it into the other type so that we could. Hold on. Let's go back a little bit. Previously. Oh, I see. We could stringify a user. Hmm. Fancy. It's an interesting sort of idea in that, like, if something else can't deserialize this or serialize it, etc., that we would actually return an error here. Why wouldn't we clean up the data too? Because we might want to persist the data. We'll have to think about that. Let's see, that's going to be a response. Okay. How long have I been working on mimeograph? Um, a while now. Goodness, month and a half, 2 months. But we've taken a couple of detours along the way. Right. Like we made some contributions to WebSys, and that took a while, probably a week. We've published a number of different little crates as well. So we changed the code generator in here to support more unstable types. A couple there, and a couple little fix-it things. Here. How do I think it's all coming along? I think it's actually going to be, it's going to work, right? Um, this has to be a string. Oh, hold on. What is M here? M's a map. Oh, to JSON. Returns a result JS string. Why do I get the result there? It's not often that I have that belief when coding. What is it? My wife gave me a quote the other day. No, my daughter did. That's right. It was my daughter. She said, "Confidence is the feeling you have before you understand the problem or before you understand the situation." So, yes. Good morning, JB Pratt. How are you doing? We're doing a little cleanup, getting mimeograph in a little bit better shape because we've been tossing code at the wall. Just working and lurking. Yeah, all is well with me. Dog freaked out early today, so I'm like still groggy. This here is actually confusing me. At this point, we get a result back. Yes. Wait. And then we map that? I don't know if this is correct. Storage list returns a promise, right? Oh, but the promise has a result to a value. We map the results value to a map. Okay, yes. Then we map it again into to JSON. To JSON does that. Should be able to toss that there. Oh, here actually. Or do it after the map. Oh, we're not. Oh, because we're not collecting. That's fine. Then we just have two errors here, though. It feels like that's incorrect. How do we do a flat map here? Can we do that with this? No. Yeah, how do we do that in Rust? Or we're going to end up returning another result. There must be something. Let's go look. I think it's, say, and then calls op if the result is okay. Otherwise, returns an error. Value of self. Latin. Nightly only. Map or. Oh, that's for defaults. Calls the function if the result is okay, otherwise returns the error value of self. There we go. Now we only have one result here, and it's still a string. So we basically changed the error type. Or does that work because both of the error types are the same? Yes. Because this has to be the same E that's defined up here. Huh, okay. That works. And we're lucky because JS value is JS value, error, error, error. Okay, then we can map the error. Fancy. And that also means we can move this here. Well, that's a little better. Could toss this like that. Go back to using the result. But then what would we actually do with it? I think it's probably better to return an error. All right. And what does happen if we return the error? We come into run routes. Run routes is going to get this error here. Error internal, and it's going to convert it into a string and toss it back. That's fine with me. Until we have reason to change that. Okay, what's next? JS value, try from, or from this. Save the user object. What is user at this point? User is our model user. I see. So we should be instead be using Saturday WASM bind gen to value user. That'll return a result. Do we actually have to keep these two around? I know that gets a little crazy down there. Storage.put entries. And why do we want the stringified version? Oh, because we end up needing to post this to keep track of it. Actually, the comment's in the wrong spot. This should be up here. Maybe we should extract the sound to its own function? Probably. Yeah. It's probably about time to start doing some of that. Well, we're going through a phase where we just wanted to see, can this work? Will this work? Right, where we didn't really worry about the structure of the code. And now that it looks like it's going to be working, well, we should probably start worrying about the structure of the code. What is it this year? Let's see, user list, add. Just call it update. That's fine. Probably going to be async. Yes, needs to be an async function. And we need the email address. Oh, you got a dash? All right. Well, thank you, Midnight Muffins. Yeah, that was 5 minutes ago. Well, if you're still there. Sorry, I was a little focused. So yeah, this is going to be the user. We should probably pull the JSON bits into this. Okay, let's find JSON user. So that's going to be a JS value. We store the entries from that JS value into storage. Let's also do the notify. Okay, can we actually just pass the user in? Looks like it. User list update. This can be borrowed. Actually, we just want to know if it succeeded or not. So maybe. But what if it didn't? Hmm. Change that to success. Did we get the type wrong here? Yeah, that should have been models user. Okay. And now let's make sure this has a return. And why are we doing the unwrap abort on this? Is that for size? I think we were doing that for size. Fetch with path and options. Where's that take us? Ah, that's why we had the other user. Oh, but I want both of them. Do we also pass email in? Or eventually this is going to go away. This is just a little shim until we can list stirrable objects. Although we might actually keep it because the list should be able to give us more information. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. All right, now for the email. Perfect. Okay. Next one. Wait, what is this? Oh, entries is gone. Yes. And this is for our user form. So when somebody's filling in a user, render markup. So if we have a user already, like they're trying to edit one that already exists, we get a body. Why are we doing this from UTF-8? Read body. What? No, no, no. Come back. JS future. User response. Rest okay. Actually, we can just say JSON there. And that returns pointer to a promise, right? Extract that there. Let's see. What should we call this? User JS. User. JS user. That means it's kind of like a JS value, right? It's a promise. Hey, Zetacron, good morning. Good evening. So actually, we want this to be default if it doesn't exist. Huh. I see. Okay, so it's either okay or not. What did we have before? What was that doing? We're looking for the body on this object, so it's either some or none. But why did it need to be okay? Oh, in order to try. That guy right there. Okay. Putting that back. Back to where we were. So that still exists, just as it was. And we get the response here. We get the JSON. Now, if this fails, actually, how would that fail? If there's no body or something? Huh. What if we did it this way? So we get that. That's going to return a result. And then just feature from. We await that. Now this should be a result. Yeah. Ah. Oh, that's request. Response JSON. Yep. Returns a result to a promise. And then just feature from. So at that point, it should be whatever the return of this type is. So it's a result to a JS value, JS value. That's impulse future. So we have to do that there. Oh, type mismatch. Found result. Oh, but it's a promise to a result, right? Or what is it? No, it was a result to a promise, right? Uh, yeah, it's a result to a promise. So that's a result. And then type mismatch resolving. Promise, just future. Here we go. Let's see. Expected structure, JS future. Huh. Found result. Oh, is this because the return types in here aren't lining up? That should be a result to a promise. And then should take the OK value from that. I should take T from that result, pass it into JS feature from, which is the right type. It's a promise at that point. Converts it to a future. And JS feature from would change the return type. All right, Rust. What's going on? Yes. Okay, that's true. We'd have to map that, wouldn't we? Just want to see. That's the right type, yes? Yes. That returns a future. Huh. Isn't that what we were doing? Okay, what is the type if we don't have that? Tell me what the type is, Rust. That seems reasonable. All right. So that's the result, having waited for this. So with the JSON, we map it to a future awaited. We have JS user. What did we have before? We're doing rest okay. Then we're looking for the body. Ah, yes. But we're skipping that step. We're going Have I been muted that whole time? Oh my goodness. What a terrible host. So this is our user list. Yes, we can now get a list of users. If we add a new user, let's say Evil Halsey was just a super user. We come in here and refresh that. Now we get both. If we click into Evil, whoa, that actually worked. Okay. I'm stunned. That worked like the first time. All right. Now, if we change this and hit save, I think that flow currently is broken. Actually, it says created. I don't know. Oh. Because we deleted. We shouldn't have gotten that. That here. Okay. We should have gotten something that says, nope, you already exist. All right, for testing, I'm going to leave that there. We have it tagged. Got a nice little fix me on it. All right. But what if we go to something that doesn't exist? Let's say somebody says calm. Some evil hacker hacking. All right. So then it comes back with empty, and that's okay. There's nothing there. I mean, maybe we should have returned like a 404 for that. User form. So yeah, if we get a 404, how do we cause a redirect at this point? I think it's too late. The headers have already been sent. And I'm not going to change this for the evil hacker scenario. It's not really a kind of like the 99% case, right? Or 99.99% case. It's possible that somebody maybe bookmarks a user edit form and then later the user is deleted. So it's still possible without evil hacker in the scenario. But I don't think we have to worry about it. All right, now let's work on delete. Let's go back to users. Okay, let's delete evil Halsey. Page not found. No. Oops. I butchered that. Yeah, we were also making some other pieces smaller. So we dropped some weight on that. Now, what were we saying happens here? When you click on the delete button, what is this? It's an href, but oh, that's right. We're going to go to a page that says, are you sure you want to delete it? Then you click like yes or no. So we'll have a little form, a confirmation form here. And because I'm doing this without kind of JavaScript on the client, we're kind of going old school on this. I think we have to do it this way. Because otherwise, we're going to have some sort of get request that's mutating, and that's not good. So you click on delete, you go to a new page. Let's create that template. So admin users. So we get the email here. We're setting some data here. And this data, what is this one again? Oh, it's a post data. Isn't there something else like this that we could already be using? Oh, that's right. And it's possible that. Oh, that's right. We did this because we didn't want to use the string. But I think there's already a type for this. We might be able to reduce this. Where was that? That was on response request. Oh, I'm in standard. What happened to our other tab? Huh. Here it is. Form data. Append. Adds a new value onto the existing key inside a form data object. Huh. Delete entries, get all, yada yada. Is it really worth putting some sort of Rust wrapper around that though? So if we come back here, form data, append with blob. Let's say we want to do a get. Yeah, you get a JS value back, then you have to convert that into a Rust type. I don't think that's worth it. We're just going to go with strings here. I have get to all, and parse. Okay. It is fairly simple. Okay, now we need some sort of template. Copy pages. Admin users. Was it? Sure, add it to pages. Now I have user delete. And this can actually be fairly simple, can it? Huh. Actually, we probably don't need most of this. We don't need that. We might need the headers eventually for security checks. That should probably happen ahead of this anyways. All right, what are we going to do here? We're going to post? No, we're going to... Can we have it set to delete? Oh goodness, it's been forever since we actually used forms. Forms that didn't result in XML HTTP requests. Post and get. Oh, it's overridden by the form method attribute on button input and that. Post or get, yeah. All right, so we're going to be posting to a delete URL then. Admin users. How do we concatenate again? Is it with curly braces here? I don't see it down below. I see just in place. Now let's guess. Space. Email. Space. Oh, we have to get that. Where is that? Yeah, that was off of EMV request. But it's not an option to that. I wonder if it'd be too late to redirect here. Maybe we could bail out here. Oh, why are vampires easy to fool? I don't know. Why? Because they're suckers. That's funny. That's going all right. That's going all right. Now we got our user list working. So we can now list users. Oh, if we were running it. Yeah, no Halsey Camp today. Happy Friday, Tommy. Can I find value email in this scope? Let's see. This probably needs to return something else. What if we do get an error here? So if we don't have all the data needed to do this, you want to drop by? Now I need to wrap up work. 1 hour till your weekend. That sounds lovely. Yeah, we can do a little Halsey Cam. All right. Yeah, I was kind of so today. The dog woke up early, and I don't know. I'm looking forward to actually working on this, but I was just dragging. It feels like there should be like some pre-stage to this, some like validate. Because if we were going to set this up, this would be in what pages config. I would set it up here. User delete. Earl Grey, chai, or coffee, or espresso? I've got my water here. But yeah. Oh, not. That's not plural. Pour the water. Oh, there we go. All right. Wait, where is it? Ah, there we go. So if we go back to where we were, though, what do we do here if something fails? Because at this point, have we started sending the response? I don't think we have yet. We return a renderer. So that's in templates. I see. But if the setup for any one of these fails, what do we do? Maybe that would be a good place where somebody could say, hey, we need to bail out. Oh, um, get returns. Uh, Good morning. Um, but it's borrowed here. That's a bummer. Okay. Unwrap or else. All right, let's just make that an option and deal with it later. That's an option. Here's an option. So depending on the type, we could do one or the other. We could just include a little message here. You need to call someone real quick. We'll wait for you. Right? No response. So it couldn't be such an important thing. I'm surprised that doesn't exist on option. But it does exist. Yeah, it's an owned reference to a string. We could have these be cows. It'd have to be owned going in. It could be cow on the way out. Hmm. Okay. Ah, where is it? Is that in lib? At the bottom? Admin routes. Yeah, there it is. We're gonna need two though. Delete confirmation. And let's change the name of that other one. We're also going to have a post. A specific location. Okay, so let's do this again, but now with a post. We do not need to render a template. In fact, we need to redirect them after the durable object delete goes well. All right. So do the post there. Lifetime required for email. Ah, yes. Just saying, we could actually do most of this outside of it, couldn't we? None of this requires async. The fetch there is the first piece that needs to be async. All right. I'm wondering if we can make a little trait or something so we can actually await that without having to do a JS feature all the time. Yeah, maybe. All right. Let's say this is handled, but we do need a response. And a response at this point should probably be like user has been deleted. Or toss something in the cookies, redirect them to users so they get a little banner. How are we going to do that? So what I'm thinking here is something like so the Phoenix framework. Where is it? There's like a little banner, right? Like it's not the template stuff. Feels like the wrong area. Mixed task? No. Guides. Development. Is it context? Rendering templates. This other little bit that's in there sometimes. Sharing, rendering JSON. Trying to remember what they did here, but I really liked it. I forget what they called it though. Notice? Hmm. Alert? There we go. Put flash. We need to communicate a message during communicate with users during the course of an action. So I'd like to redirect them to a specific page after this because they're gonna do the post, right? They're gonna do the post to this URL, but we need to redirect them and set a message. That's where I don't know where I want to do this. We could do it in the cookies. Yeah, where do we want to do that though? Let's see, in this case, do they have a good example? We have the index, right? And then we render something here. Action fallback. Oh, we could just leave the URL and render some other template for this URL. I forget how they set theirs up, but I really like the flow on that. It's been, goodness, a long time since I've used this. Request lifecycle. Adding a new page, new route, pipeline, yep. Fetch flash. Yeah, see, I think they're associating it with a session on the back end, which is not going to work for us. I think in this case, they actually store it like in some, like let's say, yeah, like a dozen front end machines that have some sort of shared session storage, Redis, something like that. And we can't do that. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay. So where are we going to store it? Cookies? What are the options? Where to store our Flash messages? Um, KV isn't going to work. Let's list it anyways. KV. No. Durable objects? No. Mm, I mean, unless we're setting up a durable object per session. Oh, that seems kind of. It's doable though. I mean, the durable object should be close to the user. Could set it up in there, but then we'd have to spend one of our requests getting a flash message from the session. And would we be using it for anything else? I don't know. What would the billing like that be? Billing on that be? Let's look, because I'm kind of warming up to the idea of having a durable object as a thing. AV, fine print, blah blah blah. Durable objects. See, they're in beta, and I don't think that they're going to be listed here for pricing. This will be raised to match the unbound limit after the beta period. Are durable objects always unbound? And what about cleaning them up? What if somebody like creates an account and never comes back? Are we just wasting storage? So we could actually use KV for that. KV has that sort of lifespan. Oh, that is so tempting to use that. All right. Now what about the rest of it? The rest of it we were going to store in the cookies anyway. Let's go with the cookie. Cookies are cheaper. That's just garbage, but um, okay. So we'll send out the request. We'll get something back. It'll be a success. It won't be a success. Something will happen, right? On success, let's write this down. Okay. So two things: flash and alert and redirect. I don't think we haven't done any redirecting. All right. Can I delete based on M time? Each access updating the M time. No change in define delta means inactive. How interesting. In fact, it should probably be tombstoning, in that users, we probably shouldn't delete them. All right. Well, hey, let's get the delete working. So we're going to make a request to their durable object saying, hey, please delete me, which means users and our models needs to have some sort of status. Like what? Like, is this an active account? Is it not an active account? Hmm. Let's call it archived. So we'll archive accounts. Oh, is this going to mess up the rest of our serialization? Because now we have elements that are currently in storage that don't have that object. And that's unfortunate. But we do have default plus deserialize. Maybe it'll choose a default. What is default for bool? True or false? Returns false. That'd work for us. I think it's just going to throw some errors, though. Thank you, Rune. How are we going to do migration? Data migration we've not really touched on in this because it's a solvable problem. Do we toss a version number in here? Uh, that doesn't really matter. It's going to end up being a JavaScript number anyways. We can check the version, basically upgrade it, and then deserialize it. Basically do the upgrading for the defaults in JS land. Then we could check the version, the defaults. But then it would have to be saved. So if migration happened, would we then save it? I'm thinking in the user flow, let's say we ask for user data. Before we actually call deserialize on it, we're going to need it to be migrated, right? So while it's still a JS value, we'll migrate the data and then it has to be deserialized. So it's either we do that way or we deserialize it here. And pull from JS value, reference to JS value for user. So if we always use this, then we could do that, right? We could see, oh, what version were you? We could call the deserializer there. And then deserialize. Uh, and that I think that's a reasonable plan. Just put it in the conversion function there. We're using it in a couple places already. Here, here. Oh, in this case, a little more complicated. Ah, foiled again. Unless we implement our own deserializer. All right, Saturday. No. We might be able to do custom fields. Let's see, field attribute. Default path, flatten. Serialize with. Borrow, getter. Did I miss one? If the value is not present when deserializing, use the default. Lovely. Thank you. Okay, so scratch that whole plan. We just toss that on it there and there, and we're done. Huh. All right, so as long as we make sure that everything has a default or a reasonable default, we're good. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Oh, I like that. That was really easy. Wow. I mean, that we just did migration. Changed the data format, added migration. Do we even need version? No. Not unless the meaning of these change. I was actually wondering about the roles. I would rather have like bits than actually named roles, a bit string or something, a bit flag. We'll leave it as is. Okay. Missing field. Where are we? Oh, we're creating one. So archived is not archived. False. You are not archived. You do not start out archived. But it does mean that if we're editing something that is archived, hmm, so where to on that? Make sure we get delete in here. Good, delete's there. So be a post to delete. We will attempt to delete it twice because apparently it can fail. I mean, why not 8? I don't know. Why not some large number and just keep deleting until it's done? Uh, all right. Well, it looks like delete's already wired up. Let's go back into durable object. Oh, no, it's not. We have to also notify about the delete async function user list delete. Uh, Maybe it should just be an update. Oh, that's right. We weren't actually going to delete it, right? So maybe we should have like a slash archive or something else. In fact, maybe we should have archive here, right? Archive versus delete. Let's leave a delete just because we get storage and then we just set the delete flag or the archive. No. Here we go. Get put key and value. So we will put archive. True. And that's a promise, right? Yeah. Storage.put. Does this... That does bail, doesn't it? All right. So we're not actually going to update the list. It's just that this user is archived or not. Ah, but we do have to update the list, right? Hmm. That list thing is going to be irritating. Hey, the Edo fan. The id of Alan. Sorry. The Edo. Mad Flash, good morning. So, everybody suddenly showed up. What's going on? No raid? Oh, what crate am I using to get the HTTP attributes? Are you talking about this up here? We actually made that. It's inspired by Rocket. So it's... I'll show you the crate. Mimeograph router. Trust me. I just promised my neighbors I would build them a website. And, well, here we are. Imagine making games. Actually, some of this I think could be very useful in making games. Like a web-based game. Could very well be useful. All right, and we have to look at the response on this. So it's either going to be really going to bail out there or say success. What's a HTTP response code for no response, but you got something updated? Is that like a 204? Created? It's more of an updated though. Oh, I can do 204. Let's go 204. Success, no content. Really dank barbecue parties? Oh, thank you. Aww. Processing. Oh, oh, that beautiful floor. Multi-status. what is that called? It's hetero something or other ish something. Oh, look at that one. That's so cute. That's not allowed. Is that the chromatic? Something chromatic? Hey, Brooke, how's it going? And welcome. We're in the middle of looking at cat pictures. How was your stream? This one's one of my favorites here. The switching protocols. We're looking at HTTP error codes if they were cats. HTTP response codes. Uh, uh, in answer, I'm a teapot. Oh, look at that one. Aw. Spent the entire stream figuring out cores and rocket. Failed dependency. That's funny. Internal server error. Aw. Hey, Chantilly cake. How you doing? Insufficient storage. That's great. 510. Yeah, not extended. It's like somebody was taking one of those. Well, it has to do with the scan, right? The cat was just moving that fast. Wow. Well, thank you for that. And thank you for the raid, Brooke. Good morning, everyone. All right, we're gonna get back off the cat pictures. Um, no content was 204. Oh wait. Oh, yes. Created, no content. Success deleted, also no content. Oh, use theirs for an error page. Oh, the panorama shot. Yeah, that could be. I've seen it too with just a slow scan on a digital camera because it usually scans the pixels from one side to the other, so you can get that if the object's moving in the right direction. What's the best OS for programming? The one that you're going to be successful in. Yeah, there isn't one. Kind of like the right tool for the right job. All right. So let's see. No, we're almost there. Function never used. Lies. Didn't we just create that? Yeah, we did. Success. No content. Right there. Right there. Oh, look at this. Now we get these logs, these beautiful logs. Wow. So here's the logs. Here's the durable object stuff. This is amazing that they added this. It's going to save so much time. You like a Linux and Windows? Oh, my status line. So I'm currently using, um, I don't know. Is it Lightline? It might be. We'd have to check. It's going a little slow right now. Wonder why. Yeah, it's Lightline. Oh, airline theme. Oh no, that one was commented out. Yeah. Oh. So how's everyone doing? How's your week? Everyone have a good week. I hope so. It's gonna be a good weekend. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. So we're working on our little user management system because like every good website, it starts with security, right? We're building something that is going to be a WordPress alternative, but it's going to be serverless and cheap. Right? I don't want people to have to like spin up a database server to have a website. You're off to a meeting? All right. Well, Brooke, thank you for the raid and happy Friday. Happy Friday. All right. So coming back here. It's our user list. Brilliant. Invalid type. Unit value expected a Boolean. Oh, that's interesting. This happened because we changed our defaults. Invalid type. Unit value expected a Boolean. Oh, that's unfortunate. Huh. Here. I want to run that again. Yeah. So we got to get. Oh, hello. Okay. Now, we don't have any logs there. That's going to be in the get. Where's the get? Oh, that's right. And we need to adjust the update here. User list update. If recent features are an indication, each request must spin up all of GitHub in its own Azure to serve your request. Haha. Oh, I missed your question here. Um, worship the sofa. That's great. How long did it take you to begin thinking like the Rust compiler and borrow checker? You sometimes deeply disagree with a compiler. I think it was for me probably like 3 or 4 months, right? I'm much more comfortable with it now. I'm starting to anticipate it, and it's been a year and a half now. So, yeah, he's on the text here. Yeah, huh? Yeah, it's on the wall behind you. I I don't think he's requesting attention. Attention is usually a hand on the shoulder. Um, yeah. I think it's just watching. Oxidizer? I don't hear that ever. I don't ever hear that. Yeah. All right. Yeah, because it was actually named after, was it a fungus? Rust is named after a fungus, which is named after rust, after oxidization. Oxidation. All right. I think we should probably have this user list updated. Be a little smarter. Maybe we can do this on self. And have it async, huh? So if we did that, then we're going to start having more sub requests. And in this case, I don't know. Yes. Yes, mini human. Mini Halsey there. Let's see, I can see him connecting to the network. All right. Wait. Why? Why is that an issue? All right, that's taken care of. Good morning, Viking Coder. How are you? Okay. So after something's updated, I think we actually want to get it, right? Get the whole thing, convert it to an object, and send that. So maybe we can modify this process. So let's get rid of those. And why is this upset? I forgot to close a curly brace or something. Expected one of the, okay, yeah. Why? Oh, did I put this inside that function? That doesn't seem good. Yeah, that was outside, but oh, there is no this. There's no self on that. This is basically the ENV request. Okay, so we leave that outside. That's fine. Get rid of self. Treat ENV request as that. We need to get the storage off of this. We should improve this. This here. Option to what? I don't remember. Self dot. Because we end up doing the same thing over and over and over again. So I want to change this. Self durable object state, which is an option to that. As ref, that we call storage on it. Okay, we want durable object storage then. Okay. There we go. Oh, so much nicer. Let's clean up some of those. I know. It's not really what we were doing, but should we do this all over the place? It's just a mess. Okay, let's clean that. Now, what do we think about calling this something else? Because it's possible that the durable object storage doesn't exist. And so this should never be called outside of a durable object. There's got to be a better pattern for this. I know. I tossed it on here just because it was convenient. Not because it was the right thing. We're training pretzel rocks. So if you like a song, thumbs up it. Otherwise, we can skip it. Yeah, I'd rather this. Maybe you can wrap one. Wrap this thing. See, I'm trying to be careful of having duplicates of things in here. Right? If we have duplicates of this, then it's going to bloat the WASM size, and there is a hard limit on that. So we have to be cautious. And this is the outlier right there. That's it. This gets added later. In a worker, you don't have the durable object state. Everywhere else, well, in a durable object, then you also get the durable object state. So it's worker or durable object. Both of them get all of the other properties, though. For clarification, you don't love the song, but you wanted to spend some points. Apparently 35C is more than hot enough for you. Oh, that sounds really hot. What is 100 and something? 95. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll get there later. Can you still be a good programmer if you don't have a degree in math and calculus? Yes. Yes. I do not have a degree in math and calculus. And I've been a decent programmer. So it might limit what you can program. Like you're not going to go into some programming firm, solving, calculus problems. And probably a whole domain of things over there, but that's all right. It's not the biggest field. There are so many other things you can do. Yeah, data science still, and that, and you could always just learn calculus. Yeah, and simulations, sure. I don't know what to do with this. It's just because I don't like this returning an option. You want to build a var-centered OS and game engine to work on top of it. What's a var? Then an MMO on top of that game engine? Sounds like a bit of work there. All right. Oh, VR. Got it, got it, got it. All right. We're just going to stop paying attention to that and keep going. User list update. Yes. Yes. I want this to fetch the data off disk after it's been saved. So we put it there. After we do the put entries, we're going to do a list, convert that to an object, send the object over. Okay. There's that. No more user. Now we need, where's our get? Oh, and what is this? List returns a map. Yes, it does. This doesn't actually work. You can't to JSON on a map. Hey, patatas de papa. I don't think it's likely you got the only one. I mean, it's possible, just unlikely. All right, so we're gonna have a map. Then we already have a to JSON for that. Let's implement it for map. But what does it return? That's going to return a result. Hmm. Oh, my mistake. This is calling the toJSON function. Uh, let's turn this into a function. Saying function. Um, Get user. So we could implement all of these on top of env request. Create some sort of trait for it. Oh, mosquito. Oh, where'd it go? There's a mosquito. Somebody let it in. It's coming to get me. Nitty-gritty 3D engine optimizations. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wonder where the mosquito went. Is it still after me? Mostly like. Anyhow, what were we doing? We were getting the user. Now, are we loading a string? Because what I want is actually going to be different than what this is producing. I want to get. See, I don't want it from JSON. I want it to a user. Huh. I think I want it to object. Because I'm going to need to parse that and use that. What I'm thinking of is using this get user, not only here in this get, but also down below in this user list update, because we need to load the data and send it off to another place. Now, I don't want to have to be dependent on all of these other functions passing data into this. So the first thing we're going to do is stringify a user, but it should probably be an actual user at this point. All right, let's make. And it's too bad that map doesn't have nice little functions for this already. Because toJSON will get us most of the way there. Where's toJSON? But it actually goes too far. It does this little call at the end. The object. All right. And here we have to return an OK obj. Okay, now we could use that to object. Adding our own little functions to these foreign types via traits. All right, so this should return an object. Ah, yes, we have to actually return it. Maybe we should just pass storage in. Okay. Now let's get rid of the return. Do we even have to map that? I like this one better. Okay. So we pass that in, we get that. Now in this case, we're calling to JSON, which is fine. But maybe, just maybe, we should be using that other function, get user. So all we end up doing is stringifying it. I don't know. This seems like it would be useful elsewhere. Like storage to object. Yes, thank you. It's twice today. We've even got a little where is it? Here we can do one of these. Or what was the other one? Zetagram, what was it? I don't remember. It's on the BTTV stuff. All right. It's too bad that storage wants a stir. JSCast unchecked into JS string. Just to take it back to JavaScript. All right. Well, that should work. And now we do not need to have the email address on that. This no longer needs to be mutable. The path doesn't. We're still doing a post. Good. All right. Let's see. Morning, Jarvis. How are you? All right, that's running. Let's run this and see if we can get our user list. Oh, invalid 5. Okay. And where's that happening? That's happening. Valid type unit value. Yeah. So the default didn't work. This has to do with, oh goodness, Saturday WASM bind gen. Unit from undefined and null. Option from any value will map undefined or null to none, and any other value to true. Okay, and this is for serialization. But for deserialization, we're getting undefined, right? And that's becoming unit instead of our type, instead of the default. Why is that? Isn't this using Saturday under the hood? Or are they using something else? They must be using Saturday. That's Saturday WASM bind gen. So what it's actually complaining about? What is it? In here, we added this this archive flag. Okay. We wanted that to be pulled from the default if it doesn't exist already. So in this case, let's see, we had a test module with a test, and this was a WASM bindgen test thing. Oh, where is it? Yeah, WASM bindgen test. So let's say we did have something, right? We're going to have some sort of object. The object is going to have email, which is, let's say, mine. Value. Let's see, next one is password salt. And this will be some sort of empty array. Hash, also empty. So we're not really testing that. Rules. Again, empty. Nice and easy. And then we don't have archived. Okay. Now, WASM bindgen, no, Saturday. Oh, we have to parse that. User is going to be a JSON parse. A reference to data? Yes. From value. And that takes user. Oh, okay. Unwrap that. Unwrap that. Let's run this. Cannot satisfy deserialized owned. Oh, because we need to know what type it is. There we go. WASM. Hack. Test. Let's have some water. Okay, same error. Good. Reproducible. Let's fix that. So this here, right? Like if we remove that, it's gonna break, right? Because it can't possibly know. And that should break all sorts of things. Come on, COC. Wake up. You can do it. I wonder why. Is it because we compiled the... Oh. It's because the tests are compiled with different flags. Let's fix it so that they get the same flags. Cargo config build. Is .NET now a good alternative to Node.js now that it's fully cross-platform? I don't know. I don't know. I tend not to use .NET, so I wouldn't be. I don't know enough on that. TOML format. Yeah, no, we don't need to look up TOML. Configuration keys, aliases build time operations, and compiler settings. Hold on, I gotta kill a mosquito. Be right back. Get them before they get you, you know? All right. What about test? I don't see development settings in here. Anyhow, let's ignore that for now. Oh. Okay, yes. So that did break everything. Good. Coming back to user. Well, did it break everything that was yeah. So why did this default not work? Because it still came through as unit instead. Oh, COC. Your settings and the other settings are conflicting now. All right. Huh. Maybe we could try something else then. Let's go back to the book here. default equals path. So the value is not present when deserializing. Call a function to get a default value. The given function must be callable, fnt, okay. For example, default equals empty value would invoke empty value. And default equals some trait would invoke some trait default. Seems reasonable. It seems like it's not going to get that though. Like it's going to be able before that. It's going to get this, say, hey, there's nothing there. Let's disable CSC for a bit. Default bool. Function default bool returns a bool, and that bool is false. Okay, that should build. Now, I suspect that this isn't going to do what we want still. Yeah, it's still looking at this saying, hey, this is of type unit, expected a Boolean. Now, if this was an option to a bool, that'd be different. Then that would work, right? Oh, yeah, then we actually have other errors. Oh, what kitty that you use? Oh, kitty is a terminal emulator. So this guy here. Why did it kill you? Oh, thank you. The id of Alan, thank you. So we could go and fix that, but I don't really want it to be an option. Let's see. We're going to find WASM bindgen test. Or WASM, Saturday WASM bindgen. Saturday WASM bindgen. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. We might have to make a change to this. Let's see. Repository. Alacrity? Yeah, Alacrity is actually where chat is. How's it different than Kitty? They're both really nice. I actually like them both. Alacrity doesn't do um the glyph joining thingamabobber there, but Kitty does. Other than that, I'd say they're pretty comparable. Let's look at the code. Tests Saturday. Hmm. what else could we do in here? So this is going to be in the deserialization. So we get to something that is of type unit. Let's see. It's not a huge file, 550 lines. Impl deserializer for that. Let's see, where do we enter here? Enum, struct, map, tuple, sequence, new type struct, option. Oh, I see. So for our bool, it would have been this unit. If is nullish, visit unit. Yeah, and according to their docs, come on, go that way. Move that over there. Um, one more time. So here they're saying it can go to either of these types. But why? How does something actually have to use this? Because we know that this is a bool. We should expect this to be a bool. And when we start to deserialize this, let's come back over here. We're going through with this as using the visitor pattern. We get to something that's a unit. No, we're not expecting unit. We're expecting bool. So here. And then we get invalid type because of this. Because it's not a bool. Value as bool. Default value for a field. Yep. Hmm. So let's say you're writing your own deserializer. Right. Driving a visitor. See, we're invalid type, unit value, expected a Boolean. So, because this is the only thing that we added, it must be looking at the archive flag. You had a lot more WASM related questions on your last job interview. Oh, Max Sharp. Maxim Sharp. Sorry to hear that. Well, I hope the next one goes better. Actually, what sort of WASM questions are you getting on your interviews? Like Rust WASM or just WASM in general? Oh, thank you for the follow. All right, so let's try to figure this out. Here we're getting invalid type, unit value, expected Boolean. Experience. That's good. It's a good way to look at it. That's a really good way to look at it. Deserialize with. We probably need to do this one. Then we'll give it a path. Just say bool. Deserialize bool. And what is the function signature here? Deserialize this variant using a function that is different from its implementation of deserialize. The given function must be callable as function d result fields or d error, where d deserialize or d. Okay. Although it may also be generic over the elements of fields. Variants used with deserialize with are not required to be derive deserialize. Oh, interesting. Fields is a tuple of all fields of the variant. A unit will have unit as its fields type. I'm not sure what they mean by fields here. All right, let's grab the rest of it though. Yeah, what is fields? All right. Does this even compile? I'd be surprised. Okay. Fields, not in the scope, of course. All right, let's go look at the examples for this. Custom, let's say convert error type, either string or struct, transcode into another format. Discarding. All right, let's go look at Saturday. GitHub. No. Crates.io. I love their key bindings. All right, I'm gonna search in here for this repo. Testing errors. Okay. DEX. Okay. Struct with T. So it's got a T and then it's got an X. Serialize with this and deserialize with that. Where's that defined, please? Here. Unimplemented. Oh, I see. So that's the actual type there. Got it. That'll be a bool. And we need to know what that is. All right. How would we miss? Expected one. Oh, yes. Value D. Okay. 3. Ah, yes, we don't have deserializer in scope. Expected result bool. D is. Oh, it needs to be okay, of course. Okay, and that passed. However, that gives us the wrong value. At least we know we can use this to provide a conversion from one type to another. Where D is deserializer. So what does deserializer have on it? Oh, Saturday. Okay. So we can call deserialized bool on that. But it looks like we have to pass something in. Because if we call deserialized bool, and like what's our visitor going to be in this case? So we have to implement a visitor. But we weren't given this information. Was there something else on deserializer that we didn't see? That have error. Provided methods. I mean, this is exactly what they're doing. Call deserialized bool with a visitor. Oh. We have to basically do this. We might not actually get a chance. We might just be able to handle the error. Or does that come after us? I'm trying to figure out where does this code actually get called? It must get called before this because it currently works. Right? We're returning that false. But if we needed to convert something, that may or may not be a Boolean. What do we do? Self.value. We don't have a self. They do. Zvidi, thank you for the follow. Good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. So, when implementing deserialize, you should avoid relying on deserialize any unless you need to be told by the deserializer what type is in the input. Okay. So if we created a visitor expecting associated types value, huh? So we could actually implement visit unit. So we could override any one of these. And we could visit unit implemented such that if this does happen, then we return a Boolean. Okay. Struct. Hey, only cliches. Good morning. Good morning. Umar. Full visitor. No, no. What was it called? Yeah, it is visitor. Okay. We'll implement that for foo bar. And then we'll do one of these. de dot deserialize bool. And we have to pass that in a visitor, which is going to be foo bar. Does it have to be an instance of that or just something of that type? All right. Instance. Deserialize bool will return the right type, I believe. All right. So for visitor, we need to override some functions. We need to have a type value. And that's going to be bool. What else? Visit unit. So if we do get something that is of type unit, we want to override that. Because that's what we're getting right now. We're just going to return okay, false. Oops, wrong one. Can't find error in the scope. Oh, is that Saturday error? Or E is error? And what is this error type? Yeah, Saturday DE error. Oh my goodness. It's coming along. And I think having these will really help with the migration story. We could call it something like migrate bool or something. Who knows? Indicate the anonymous lifetime. Oh, yes. Can you actually do that there? I mean, don't you have to provide it? That seems odd. Did they add that? Okay. Wow. We forgot to implement expecting. Let's do that. Hmm. Okay. A Boolean. What else? Oh, format. Sure. Anything else? Expected a Boolean. Interesting. So, I mean, when we visit unit, doesn't that work? That value here has to be correct. But we're going to take whatever the self is, right? Yeah. Same. Unexpected bool. Oh, no, no, no. We want to pass the bool through. So maybe we also need this. Error not found in the scope. Okay, okay, okay. Anything else? Did I save it? Yep. I mean, is this the error we're getting, or is that some other one? Yeah, it is. Okay. Invalid type. Unit value. Expected a Boolean. That it's right there. All right. So which one didn't we implement? Our invalid type unit value. It's because We don't even get the option to be called. They're not even calling us. All right. So yeah, they call this self value as bool because they have a JS value here, I believe. Okay. And if that returns a sum, so in here, let's say we had a JS value. Okay. They call as bool. If it can be converted to a bool, it will. But if it can't, they're not even attempting to visit the bool. Why wouldn't you at least attempt to visit the bool? The type. I guess if it's a none, yeah, what is the type? What would you do here? So you say, oh, you know what, this isn't a bool, right? Well, if it's undefined, maybe you pass unit into the visitor. So yeah, we could just ask it, you know, are you nullish afterwards? Or just, you know, are you undefined? Okay. Saturday WASM Bingen. It is time to fork you. Yeah, anytime that they have one of those functions in the deserializer that skips calling the visitor, that's I think that's a bug because they're breaking the mechanism in Saturday. Okay. What is this? Map access? Oh, okay. Object. Oh wait, I don't know. Fork. So what was it last week? WebSys? No. Saturday wasn't buying Jen. All right. Code. Clone. Get clone. Saturday. Okay, good. It is hyphens. Maybe we just support default, right? We could go back to that. So I think it's the same mechanism. Deserializer. Deserialize any. This unit. Would you mind holding for a moment? My wife just returned. I need to ask her a question. So, BRB. It's well, that's way too long. We're not doing that. Oh, yeah. We'll just leave it here for a moment. All right. So let's work on. Whoa, way too far. Right there. All right, mouse focus returned. Let's deserialize bool. Now, what if we don't have a bool to give it? Can we visit something else? In Serday? Serday? Where are you, Serday? Here. Visit none. No, we don't want that. Because what if there's nothing? Absolutely nothing there. You just don't function in the heat? Oh, that's rough. Hmm. So when we're asked to deserialize a Boolean, but our value isn't a Boolean, how do we then say, right? Let's look at our error types. Missing field. Oh, interesting. So we could return a missing field. Invalid type, invalid. Okay, duplicate, missing, unknown variant. All right, so if it's something, we do that. Right, if it's not something, so if self.value dot is undefined, otherwise we do this. Oh, no. Self dot missing field. Is that right? What? Ah, yes, no. Let's not do that. Great. Where's our error type? Error. Struct error. Oh, provided methods are provided. Okay, required methods, custom. All right, so it should be our error. Error. Missing field. All right, then whatever the field name is, right? How do we get the field name? Is it? Can we get it off a visitor? I don't think we can. It's not on visitor. All right, we have an associated value, but we don't know what the field name is. Error missing field. Is it on self? What are we? We're a deserializer. Yeah, we're a deserializer. No. This gets called. We don't have that information. Oh, it says missing field. Not that. This one. Backups are even more useful in the summer because of that. Oh, ZFS. ZFS snapshots would be even better. Oh, oh man. So, what do we do? What do we actually return here? Do we call something on visitor? Is it none? I mean, that might be as close as it gets. Okay, we can visit unit.
What did the windmill say to the pop star?
All right, my wife just told me a joke. What did the windmill say to the pop star? I'm a huge fan. All right. What if we just visit unit and see what it does? Right. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, let's see. Okay. Hmm. All right. That compiles. Let's give it a test. Oh, wrong directory. I opened that in the wrong place. What's that actually called? Huh. Must be called by Saturday. I think I've been going about this wrong. Because the key exists. It's just the value that's bad. And because the key exists, the value can't be parsed. So we can't use default because it's not missing. Which means we have to use... We'd have to use something like deserialized bool there. And this ends up working for us. Wow. So we did happen to fix it because we end up visiting unit. Now, does that work with the rest of their setup? Deserialization. Yeah, unit from undefined and null. So if we get undefined or null, then we should transform that into unit. And I think they've got this is nullish. Yeah, which is null or undefined. So we can just check to see if, what was it? Self that is nullish. And then what would happen if we did this, but we didn't provide this parser? Let's say we comment that out and try it again. We should get the error saying the types don't match. Oh, goody. Oh, fantastic. Okay, I think that'll work for me. Is it correct? So if it is a bool, we visit bool. If it's nullish, we visit unit. Otherwise, we get the invalid type. I think that works. Might, I mean, maybe just undefined in this case? How are they using it as nullish? Because what's the difference between undefined and null in JavaScript? Undefined usually means that something isn't here. Right? Null usually means that you've set it to nothing. I think this is a fair change. Let's see what else we can mix up in here. Let's look at their other deserialized bits. Any, I kind of want to ignore any. That's fine. Unit. It's kind of as a unit or not. Unit struct. That's fine. Deserialized unit. Visit bool. We just did that one. F32. That's fine. And in this case, if it's not an F34, I do that again there, right? String, same thing. I64, I32. And those are all safe. What this? Ah, as safe integer. What is as safe integer? Oh, I see. It's basically, can you be safely converted from an F64 into an I64? Yeah, that's it's a Saturday bits. There we go. Let's put this in a function somewhere. It's nullish as bytes, invalid type. Missing or invalid. That would work. Do I pass in the visitor? That's better. Ah, there we go.
Minutes left.
All right. I think none works. What do we do in the case that... So we go through all of that, just... Okay, then we'll check to see if it's missing or invalid. New type struck. Okay, that's fine. Sequence. An iterable. Ooh. Try iter. Oh, that's interesting. That's new to me. Huh. Neat. What else? Sequence. Tuple length. Map. But this one's a little tricky because it's a map. Map access. Try iter on self-def value. The iterator is this. Interesting. Has object and entries. Okay. No. Yeah, I think that's fair. Basically, if you can't convert to any of those, then it's missing or an invalid. Hmm. Okay. All right. That's okay. Invalid length. Invalid type. Interesting. So if it's string here, if it's object as entries, go through here, maxes. Otherwise, invalid type. Serialize unit. I think this is the only one that. Oh, that and the any. All right. Let's work on a test for him. Start a test. I don't know what we're gonna do here. Something like so. Huh. Ah, grand. All right. Lots of little things going on here today. So we got our password salt, password hash. We're just gonna come up with some sort of foobar. Um, sure, struct. Actually, do they even care? Eh, sure, we'll do the same thing. All right. So if we want to be able to deserialize something, we want some sort of object. Do they have an object? Uh, Maplet. Oh, interesting. What is maplet? Hash map have fancy. Yeah. Now, I actually want to deserialize something. Value true. Hmm. Okay, so we just give it whatever the value is. Now we're going to construct a JSON blob here. Name. Data. Testing. All right. That's the end of our raw string. Good. Okay, so that's still available.
Oh.
So now we have struct, but we're still missing this missing bool piece.
Are you playing with mom? Yes, I don't know how. Of course. You just needed the port and her address. Uh-oh.
All right, let's see if that works.
I
How do we run the tests?
You have to fall. But I died. is the void. Not lemon. No, no.
All right. Test, test. Okay. Do they have a contributing? How do they run their stuff? They have a GitHub. I'll bet they're using WASM pack test. Okay, a couple errors. Test Saturday 407. Yes, foobar is now missing. Thought we got rid of foobar. Did it not? Oh, it didn't save. Not found in the scope. Raw. I did change that at the last moment. JSON. And parse wants to borrow that. Good. Yes. Oh, we need to unwrap those. Wait. That all just worked? Oops. Okay, let's fail this. Um. Okay. No, it's not working. Um. Safari?
Uh-oh.
Is Safari starting up?
Uh-oh.
There's no Safari. You just want a secure mail system? Is there such a thing? Okay. Deserialize with failed. Lovely. It's good. Data. Technoprax. Good morning and happy Friday. Okay, rerun it. Yeah, now it worked. Okay. Status. Good check out. Dash B. LZ. What is the feature we're using here? Saturday deserialize with.
No coffee for you?
All right. Ah, it's not what I meant to do. When a value is not provided, let's see. Does this actually work? If we try it here, let's try it out. But I have also got to go. I'll probably toss this PR out at lunch or something, and we'll go from there. But I think this will help us with our migration issues. So we'll be able to have a whole bunch of these sort of, depending on the type, use whatever the default is if it's not provided. And that would work. I still don't understand why it's not working for, why default's not working. So maybe I'll look at that too. Because what we ended up doing was saying, okay, if you do get a value and it's missing, call this function. And they seem to be getting values. I don't understand how. They must be using like a get or something on this. Invalid type. They must not be checking to see if the thing that they're about to deserialize has a value, right? They just say, hey, give me this. And they get back a JS value without a value. Yeah, object.get here. It's this. All right, I should be able to make default work too. So I got to bail though. Let's find a raid target. We're gonna raid. Gauss Seidel algorithm in Rust. Oh, that sounds fun. Let's see. Oh, you just got here. Cliff can't code. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm back every day, or just about every day. That, and we've been working on some open source modifications again. Yeah, I think this is gonna work. All right, y'all. Been great hanging out, chilling, listening to some tunes. I'm gonna go find some coffee. I could really use some coffee. So, till next time, y'all. Bye bye.